oldest living continuing culture in the world. Each letter of our welcome word, Womenjika, brings an individual commitment to continuing ancient customs and the law of the land. We pay our respects and acknowledge all ancestors, elders and communities across this nation and neighbouring islands. Womenjika, Wurundjeri Dalik, Yemen, Kundibek. Welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people.
And now, please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, performing Love at the Battlefield, for finalists from The Voice Australia, Annie Jones.
Both of us knowing A very good evening and welcome to Melbourne Park and the Rod Laver Arena for ladies semi-final night. What a fortnight we've had so far here on, of course, what is the first major of the season, and the lady in your picture about to experience something new tonight. Paula Badosa playing in her very first Grand Slam semi-final. The Spaniard has been outstanding all week, but tonight she will take on her very good friend Aryna Sabalenka, of course the two-time defending champion. Nick Lester is my name. Andrea Petkovic is alongside me. Petko, good evening.
Good evening. This is so exciting, Nick. I love both of these semifinals constellation. I think 4 of the best players have made it through to the semifinals. I think we will see brilliant matches tonight. Can't wait, particularly for this one. Paula Badosa, who's played maybe the best match of the tournament against Coco Gauff in her previous rounds. And of course, the defending champion, Aryna Sabalenka on Rod Laver Arena.
Yep, the Spaniards had some tough times over the last couple of seasons. By her own admission, was questioning whether tennis was the way forward for her after the back injury that kept her out of the game for so long, but it's been an impressive recovery.
Absolutely. She thought it was slow. I thought it was very quick, considering how difficult and complicated that lower back injury was. And it's always, as a player, you're so impatient, but I thought she did brilliantly in her comeback.
These two have spent countless hours together on the practice court, two very good friends, soulmates in many ways, as Sabalenka described them the other day, but this evening, friends will become foes here on the Rod Laver Arena.
And she gets the win, Paula Badosa.
Oh, hasn't she done well?
Her first semi-final here at the Australian Open.
Aryna Sabalenka.
Absolutely dominant performance.
A two-time defending champion survives.
Sensational stuff, Madison Keys. Into the semi-finals of the Australian Open.
For just the second time in her career, Iga Swiatek is an Australian Open semi-finalist.
This is women's singles semi-final action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Spain, Paula Badosa. And their opponent, the reigning Australian Open champion, Aryna Sabalenka.
Striding out onto a stage where she has enjoyed so much success in recent times. Looking for a three-peat here in Melbourne, something that hasn't been achieved for quite some time. Standing in her way, the Spaniard that will return to the top 10 after her run this week. Easy to forget, Petko, that she's been as high as number 2 in the world, Paula, as well.
It is easy to forget, and what I really liked is that she said she thinks she's a better player today than she was when she was ranked number 2, and I agree with her fully, and it's nothing to do with her tennis, but all with her emotional maturity and the growth she's shown.
We're going to do the coin toss. Paula, this is Celeste. Yeah, 4 and bananas. 1 or 2 bananas. So ladies, same conditions in previous matches, just a few reminders. If I can ask you to use the red, please, for the towel boxes. And blue, please, Aryna. Blue. Shot clocks are in the normal positions. Do you have any questions, ladies? Okay. Paula. Ayo. Ayo. Serve. Okay, if we could just have a photo facing that way. Paula, serve, yes? Thank you. You're going this way.
Yeah, arguably the biggest night in her professional career so far. And she is having beaten Coco Gauff. In fact, the first time she's beaten a top 10 player at a major. This would be some win if she could beat Gauff, Sabalenka and possibly Swiatek in the final, if that's the route. That might be the best run through to win a major in some years.
I agree. If she was to pull that off, that would be definitely the best run, at least in the last decade or so.
You referenced the fact you think she's a better player, Petko. Why? What elements do you think have improved from where she was a couple of years ago?
Well, I think that she has a clearer plan of what she wants to do. I felt like even when she was #2 in the world and was playing fantastic tennis, she would sometimes show up and play very defensively and defend a lot, and other times she would almost be a big hitter who goes for everything. And it seems like she has found the perfect balance right now between her defensive skills and her offensive skills, and everything sort of came together in that match against Coco Gauff. Plus the emotional maturity, where she's been so resilient and tough throughout this tournament here. I thought always that was her only weakness, quote unquote, if we can talk about weaknesses with these top athletes, but her only little Achilles was that she could be emotionally unstable sometimes, yes.
Yeah. And let's be honest, we could say a similar thing about Aryna Sabalenka. It could be 3 or 4 years ago. It feels like a long time ago now, but she certainly shored things up in that department, as we can see the lady who's won 18 career titles. We referenced the fact a couple of those have come here. Majors have been phenomenal, really. Even last year, just one defeat at a major. That was to Mira Andreeva at Roland Garros. What have you made of her tennis so far from what you've seen here this week, Petko?
Well, it's very obvious that she's not as dominant as she was last year. But then again, last year was a run of the century. Talking about run of the century, she was 3 classes above the rest of the draw here last year. So it was almost impossible to even hang with her. It's a different story this year. She had to come back from tough situations in the second round and the third round, was down 5-2, 5-3, and then eventually lost a set against Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. I do think it shows the growth that she has gone through, that she is able to find solutions in these difficult moments, whereas, as you mentioned, 3-4 years ago, she might have self-destructed and gone out early.
Absolutely. There's the numbers so far. She has been broken a lot more. Her serve has been under a little bit more pressure this week than it has been in the previous couple of years. We'll dive into the numbers in a moment. Let's go courtside, because Laura Robson is sitting front and center for us. Evening to you, Laura. Just give us a sense of conditions, because it's pretty cool out there tonight.
It's cool, but I'm happy to say that the wind has died down, especially compared to last night. It is a lot easier for the players to try and hit through the court. Conditions are certainly going to be slower out here than we've seen throughout the tournament when the court's been heating up. But it's, for me, a question of who can hit through the baseline at the moment. Big cheer for both players, but yeah, I think Sabalenka looking in great form. I'm wondering, Andrea, if you think it's easier to play a friend in this situation or harder?
That's a really good question. I think it's, I don't want to say harder or easier, but I do think it's awkward. And these players will tell you, no, it's just another match, it's just another match. But I played Angie Kerber, who was a very close friend of mine, and happy to report, still is. Even though she's beat me a million times. It is always awkward. I think those things settle after 3-4 years. 3-4 games, I meant to say. But it is awkward in the beginning, just from a strategic point of view, because you know what their favorite shots are and where they like to go. And it's almost like it becomes like a chess game where you have to think three
shots ahead.
Shots ahead, exactly.
You played one major semi-final, Petko, at the French Open. How does this differ from Badosa here tonight? Obviously the match, I'm sure in her mind she's trying to think of it as just another match, but what's different when you get to a major semi-final?
So for me, I really felt how the tension and the attention, both attention and tension, exponentially rose with the semi-finals. It wasn't double, it was quadruple from what it had been in the quarterfinals. And for me, it was tough in the first set to handle, and then I settled in the second. But Paula has been in these situations a lot more times than I had, and she will maybe have more experience than I did.
Yeah, and maybe the fact she's playing someone she knows so well might just soften that a little bit. That's very hard to know the answer to, but obviously, as you say, needs to have a long history together. The big names have hung around here in Melbourne as we head towards finals weekend. The roof is open, despite the fact there is a little bit of rain around, has been this afternoon.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And it will be Paula Badosa to get the first of the semi-finals here in Melbourne underway.
Let's for serve. Love 15.
Both players have lost just the one set coming into this stage of the tournament. Badosa to Marta Kostyuk. Sabalenka on what was a very windy evening, wasn't it, against Pavlyuchenkova, but that was uncomfortable at times.
It was, yeah. We called that match together, Nick, and Pavlyuchenkova really showed how you can hurt Sabalenka. She was on the baseline, defended it like her life depended on it, took the balls very early.
Yeah, I think the big question for me is whether Paula Badosa is willing to do that tonight, because it was such a clear game plan from Pavlyuchenkova, but it's not Paula Badosa's natural style of play. If anything, she can retreat too far back behind the baseline at times and tries to play almost too slow.
What a high-quality point that was from both players.
And when you see that, you wonder why Badosa doesn't play further up, because she can do it. She's so athletic. The backhand, by far her better side, but she unleashes into that shot.
Had to make some adjustments to that serve motion, didn't she, due to the stress fracture in the back. Needed a bit of modification to take a bit of pressure off it. And that serve is already under pressure here.
Yeah, it will be big. The first serve will be so important to get a good percentage into the court. We all know Sabalenka is the best player when it comes to the first shot +1, whether that is serve +1 or return +1, particularly on those second serves. And this neutralizes it, just hitting aces.
Yeah, that's a nice way to problem solve.
A nice way.
Yeah, her serve actually has held up very nicely this week. Only been broken a handful of times. Kostyuk was able to do it more than most.
First game.
matchup against Marta Kostyuk was an incredibly blustery day. It was terrible conditions for both players, and Paula Badosa had such a high ball toss that sometimes on a tricky situation with the wind, it can get too far in front, and it's also quite high at times.
Absolutely.
So Laura, what do you think? Do you think Paula has to force herself to try and pull off the Pavlyuchenkova game and be on the line and be very aggressive? Do you think she should just stick with her game first and see what happens?
Oh, it's tough. I think in this situation, you probably just want to play your own game style for the first few games at least, and see how that goes. And try and find the rhythm of the match a bit more. And you can always adjust. It wasn't like Pavlyuchenkova started the match on the baseline and she changed things up as it happened.
Just saw something. Sorry, Laura.
Oh, I was just going to say, having said that, that's the furthest up the court that we've seen Badosa play her second serve return all week.
Yeah, interesting numbers we just saw in terms of serve points won, because Badosa are actually up 5%. And you look at the amount of time Sabalenka's been broken here over the last couple of seasons. This year's been a slightly different story. Lost serve 14 times so far here. Last year, the entire tournament, she lost serve 6 times. Can we explain that, or?
We've been trying to. It's very difficult because I looked at all the numbers. They are not significantly different. She's serving a bit slower, but 3-4 kilometers per hour slower, not a crazy amount. So the numbers don't really tell the story. From my feeling, there is some kind of doubt has crept in those service games. She doesn't quite believe that she can defend her serve under all circumstances anymore. But there's that other part of the story. She has made up for it by breaking more than ever. So this is the thing that we talk about when we say she's finding solutions. And this game tells the story quite well. There are 2 easy forehand misses after the serve, and usually Sabalenka is the best in the first shot +1. And this goes very far out, lifts up out of the ball.
We were doing some ball 6 analysis this morning, and Sabalenka ball toss is about 22 centimeters higher on average than it was last year at this tournament.
Well, and these high ball tosses are not generally a bad thing if you think of somebody like Steffi Graf, who had one of the best serves in the world with a very high ball toss, but they leave a lot of margin for error when wind comes into play, sun, difficult conditions.
Yes, 6 unforced errors in the opening couple of games from the defending champion. It's been a little untidy. It's the extensive team that she carries with her. When you look through the head-to-head, Sabalenka's actually won the last 5 meetings, but if you strip it down to a hard court, Badosa has actually won 2 of the 3 they've played.
love.
And the fact, Andrea, that these two have practiced together countless hours, in a lot of time in the Middle East in the preseason, would enable, you'd think, Badosa to be able to just read the play a bit more than maybe some others who might be a little more surprised.
And I do think, even more importantly, I think that it takes the edge of intimidation out. And Aryna Sabalenka is an intimidating player with her power, her aura. She has a lot of presence on the court. You can sense that she is there at all times. And if she's your friend, just a little bit less intimidating, I think.
Jumped on that one well.
40-30.
Yeah, brilliant core stability on the stretch here by Sabalenka. Enables her to play this fierce return. Makes it a bit more complicated for Paula here to hold.
Talked about how she really had to problem solve a couple of nights ago in the win over Pavlyuchenkova. Was down in that third set, of course. Stayed calm, found a way to secure the victory in the end. Wasn't the prettiest tennis match you're ever going to see, but it was a day for just finding a way, and Sabalenka was able to do that. What a forehand that was. Didn't look as though she was going to be able to turn defense into attack, but she did just that.
Madison.
And I'm loving it already. Two fierce competitors facing each other here. And it doesn't matter that they are good friends off the court, on the court. All that counts is winning the next point.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
That's the kind of ball toss that I feel like she should just catch and restart, though, because from the side of the court, if she'd let that bounce, it would have been 1.5 meters inside the baseline. So she's chasing after it.
A little slip from Sabalenka, who's looking down at the court. Couldn't quite get the elevation on the lob here.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
And again with the toss, you can see it from the side so clearly, less so from where Sabalenka is because she's down the other end of the court, but you can only really hit one serve when it's that far in front. You're chasing after it, you're limited to the slice. You might be able to flatten it out slightly, but you definitely can't kick.
Game, Sabalenka.
A return of purpose.
But also leads to
A return that had a fair bit of purchase to it as well. Badossa's not able to consolidate the break. We're back on serve in the first.
Well, and we talked about Aryna Sabalenka's trouble on serving, but no trouble whatsoever on returning. And this is key to how she sets up that second serve return. Placement of Aryna Sabalenka's goes mostly into the backhand side. No matter how good your backhand is, you will have to defend, you will be on your back foot, and we see it right here. This is the return earlier when she saved game point, just goes full out, gets the winner in this case, or gets the setup for the next shot if she doesn't get a winner, and creates pressure in the opponent's mind. And it has already shown Badosa is down to 45% only when it comes to first serve.
Remains a possibility here, of course, on Saturday that we may well have a shootout as well to determine who takes over the #1 spot in the world rankings. That would need, of course, Sabalenka and Swiatek to both win here this evening.
Quickly, thank you. The back of the court, thank you.
Iga Swiatek will take on Madison, who has been brilliant so far this Australian summer.
Any seats, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Great pressure and great length as well from Badosa from the back already.
Love 15.
The depth she's keeping here.
Yeah, handled this one particularly well. That is a tough shot to pull off. No, this is the Aryna Sabalenka that we know, the champion of the Australian Open, that is the #1 in the world.
15-all.
Big setup serve, then goes for the first shot, and you cannot get out of it any longer. This is when she plays her best.
I just felt a few raindrops.
Ooh.
We're English, we know when it's raining. Pepco. Well controlled.
30-15.
Playing her 10th major semi-final tonight is Sabalenka. Actually lost 4 of her first 5 before only turning it around in the last couple of seasons, as we know.
Thirty-all.
That for a second delivery.
13.
It's a fairly amped Aryna Sabalenka, isn't it, out here? She's animated.
2-all.
She's back level.
Yeah, she's bringing all the energy required to beat a very well-playing Paula Badosa today. And I do think this game, this service game, was a lot better by Aryna. I do think it's this first shot after the serve. If she can clean that up, that's the Aryna Sabalenka that wins Grand Slams. If she has too many unforced errors on those, it becomes complicated.
Turning point in many ways was Washington, D.C., wasn't it, last summer for Paula Badosa? Yes, things were trending in the right direction, but of course the win that week was such a major boost for her. Of course, had a decision to make whether she used her protected ranking for the Olympics, which was the same week as D.C., or the US Open. Decided to use it for the US Open, skipped the Olympics, and went on to win in the American capital.
More. 30-15.
Having to defend the second serve a lot right now. She's only made 10 of 23 first serves early on here.
30 all.
Yeah, I tried to play this one a bit safer. Took some pace off this first serve. But Aryna Sabalenka all over it. That's well played. And Laura, can you see anything in particular outside the ball toss that is going wrong with Paula Badosa's serve right now?
I think it's more that she's not quite sure where to place it. So she's going for the big first serve, but because the ball toss is getting in front, she's limited to the flat or the slice. And so you're taking away the kick and yeah, just maybe gets a little more readable for Sabalenka on the return. Because in this situation, you're taking away the highest percentage shot, aren't you, if you're taking away the kick?
Got a little fortunate, I think, with the penultimate forehand, didn't she? It wasn't middled, but it was effective.
It was effective, but I love the one that she hit before that. That backhand slice short into the court. We see the dot over there on the service line, dragging Paula Badosa into the court and then sending her back out. So she's really using the entire geometry off the court here, Aryna Sabalenka. I think that she has implemented in the off-season that short slice.
Timely first ace. The lady that was born in New York, of course.
No advantage, Badosa.
Got a little more purchase on that second serve and ended up just rushing Sabalenka. 161 Ks.
Deuce.
Such a high level of tennis. Had to reset the point completely. But did well.
No advantage.
Brilliant patience by Paula Badosa. There was some incredible defending from Aryna Sabalenka. I'm sure Paula thought the point was over long before, but did well in staying in the rally, just making the court bigger and bigger until it was big enough.
Deuce.
It certainly feels from down here that this is the most aggressive we've seen Badosa play all tournament. She recognised almost at the end of the first set against Coco Gauff that she had to start hitting it bigger. It was about a 9K increase on her forehand side. I think she started this match even faster than that.
Maybe just thinking that was going to drift wide. She's played 33 points on serve already as Badosa. Not even 3 games. It's been a lot of industry required for the Spaniard.
Deuce.
Yeah, and just for comparison, Sabalenka's played 11 points on serve so far. And I appreciate it's a game fewer. And this is hard graft.
No advantage, Sabalenka.
Just not able to hang on. And at 2-love, 40-love, it looks as though it might be the ideal start for Paula Badosa. As it is, she finds herself behind for the first time.
And maybe as a little tactical explanation why Sabalenka is using that short slice so frequently today, Paula Badosa, Laura touched on is so good when she finds that positioning 2-3 meters behind the baseline. She can absorb any kind of power. So Sabalenka is reeling her into the court to get her closer to the baseline so that her powerful ground strokes then have more effect. And that's why we see her using that short slice today. It's a brilliant tactical tool in her toolbox that she has added in the preseason, and it's working well today.
Sabalenka just inquiring as to whether they're going to close the roof here. It's pretty persistent drizzle.
Tyra Banks is in the house. American, of course, TV personality, enjoying the tennis here tonight. Fortnight so far. Records broken each and every day in terms of attendance here. It's been buzzing around the grounds whenever we've walked in. Such a great atmosphere here. Such a fun event to be at. I think the players certainly feel that as well. It looks as though that roof is it being closed, Laura, or is that just me?
Nope, it's closing.
Okay,
Alison Hughes came down from the chair to confirm with both players. It's closing pretty quickly.
Might do Badosa a favour, this. She's had to work pretty hard, hasn't she? And I just wonder if this little extra respite might do her a favour.
Yeah, there was a constant pressure applied by her opponent, Sabalenka. That is also has mental implications. You just feel the other person pressing on you all the time. You start to make errors in judgment. So maybe this little respite has done her some good.
Hasn't lost here in Melbourne since a defeat to Cain, incredibly. In 2022 in the run of 16. He was the last player to beat Sabalenka at this event. Broke her duck, of course, at the majors a year later. Some great shots from up above, confirming that this now will become an indoor match. What have we got here, Pekka?
Well, we talked, for those who went to the bathroom in the change events, we talked about how Aryna Sabalenka is using a short slice to reel Paula Badosa into the court so that the effect of her powerful ground strokes is bigger and she's closer to the baseline, Paula Badosa. And here we have the proof and stats that, in fact, she does use the slice more often today compared to the rest of the tournament. And again, the same, and it's so effectful because Paula can get quite far behind the baseline. You've watched her in this tournament, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's her default to kind of be about a meter and a half sometimes back behind the baseline. That's why her start hit was so impressive, because it was the complete opposite.
It's pretty much indefensible, isn't it?
And especially with Badosa's forehand side, the backhand, she really leans in and can close off and play a closed stance shot. But on the forehand, sometimes I feel like she lets it drop too much, plays an open stance, and that's when she falls too far back.
Love.
Just the pace, it's where it lands, and it was pretty much bang on the tee.
Game Sabalenka.
A little flat-footed off the return.
Sabalenka leads 4 games to 2.
She finds herself further behind in this opening set.
And it just feels like some of the intensity has dropped with the footwork from Badosa. She was so fired up when she came out here. We had a huge come on already in the first game of the match.
Now. 15 all.
One of the best juniors, of course, back in the day was Paula Badosa. The struggles she had coming into the senior game, she's talked about extensively. Didn't enjoy that transition. It wasn't a nice one, wasn't a comfortable one for her. At first, pressure, expectations of achieving what she did in juniors in the senior game was too much to handle. Took her a while to manage that. Certainly has been able to deal with it well in recent times.
And this is unplayable from Aryna Sabalenka, who is doing a terrific job today in moving Paula Badosa north to south. We know how well she defends and moves west to east, left to right. It's like all the defenses are up. You can barely get through her, but Sabalenka is making a point in moving Paula also front to back. And that's what's been hurting her. She's outside of her comfort zone, Paula Badosa here.
Yeah, the winner count 14-4 right now in favor of Sabalenka.
Deuce.
Use the pace. Still a very clean change of direction. Getting frustrated at the inability to find first serves right now.
Advantage, Badosa.
And Badosa showing her great athletic abilities right here. Normally, when we see something unforeseen happening, our upper body goes back before we go front. And Badosa has the core strength to just go straight forward. That's why she got to that unexpected net court.
Again, Badosa.
I'll be delighted to have found a way through that service hold. Stops the bleeding here in the first of the ladies' semi-finals. Sabalenka, though, still remains ahead by a break. The first service game that she's had where she's not faced a break point. How does the indoor conditions? Is this an proper indoor match now, Petco, or how does that? Obviously the roof's over, but it's not like an indoor tournament, is it? How does that impact things?
It feels indoorsy here when the roof is closed, but obviously I think what the Australian Open are about is those different conditions. We saw the breeziness, we saw the hot days, the cold days, the rainy days. You have to manage it all here in Melbourne at the Australian Open, and that's why the champion in the end has overcome a lot of things over a course of a fortnight. And this one right here has done it twice already.
New balls. Sabalenka serving 4-3.
Love.
This time she did read that slight angle, didn't she? And was able to produce some quality in response. It's a big team she carries. Man back right there with the black hat. Doesn't get much attention. That's Shane Leonard. She does a lot of work on the data analytics side for Sabalenka. Been with her 5 years now as Shane. Aussie. So many of the players these days obviously look into the data. He does a lot of that for Aryna.
Got a bit shy there, seeing himself on the big screen. Yeah,
didn't fancy that, did he?
No. I will tell him that it was you who wanted it.
Well, the biggest difference for me now is that Paula Badosa's return position has dropped back again. You think at the beginning of the match she was inside the baseline for the second serve returns, and now just letting it drop all the way, and it just gives Sabalenka that time on the +1 shot. Andrea, you've been mentioning that's been the area that hasn't been quite so good, but she's just not under pressure at this moment in time.
Yeah, and it's such a good point that Laura is making, because maybe Paula has seen Sabalenka's earlier matches and is thinking, oh, I have to make a lot of returns because her +1 is not as good as it normally is. But here she has cleaned it up very nicely, Aryna Sabalenka. Just in the first game, we saw a few going astray, but seems to have found it nicely here.
Sabalenka leads 5 games to 3. Wait, please. Please find a seat quickly, thank you. Vessel.
See the difference the new balls make, can't you, straight away when you hit your spot, especially after 40 minutes. Those 7 balls were in play a long time.
Beautiful serve there. Shows what she can do when she gets it just right. 191 kilometers per hour. Wow.
As the service game out of keeping with what she has shown us so far, but it will be something of a relief. Just 63 seconds for the hold. We're at 5-4 opening set.
While we take a break, let us inspire your next adventure. Fly with us in comfort to London, Edinburgh.
A couple of good wins at the end of last year as well. Haven't beaten a top 10 player for some time, but the Asian swing was able to produce some good results. Jess Pabula, Beatrice Haddad-Meyer, first top 10 wins. In fact, the only top 10 wins that she had the whole of last year. Right at the back end of it. Gave her a nice platform to work with into this season.
Time.
It's been a lengthy opening set, this 51 minutes already. Sabalenka has control of it. Looking to put it to bed here. Just such a premium on length, isn't there, off the return against Sabalenka. Fraction short, and you are prone to be doing a fair bit of chasing.
No, she's really found some great rhythm on her serve here, and the +1, Aryna Sabalenka. And against her, there are two ways. Either you go the Pavlyuchenkova way, where you go all out and take that +1 shot away from her, or you have to be such a sublime defender that you can neutralize the +1 shot. And both of these are tough asks. I'm thinking of a Coco Gauff who sometimes troubles Aryna Sabalenka because she neutralizes the serve +1, the return +1, and Aryna gets impatient after a while.
Yeah.
But the worst you can do is be in between, where you give her a neutral ball after the serve, but then are not able to defend the next one.
Halt.
Yeah, she tried it there. Paula Badosa went way in, took the return early. Maybe something to try in the second set to turn this match possibly around if Aryna can serve it out.
2 set points for the two-time defending champion. A very clean end to the set from Aryna Sabalenka. May have been broken early, but her serve thereafter was impenetrable. She leads 6-4.
Her new go-to, the icing of the face. And let's have a look at the numbers, and we see it here. Virtually all the numbers are in favor of Aryna Sabalenka. You see the yellow numbers are those that are winning. And I think Paula Badosa, the most important line to me, and I can't wait to hear what Laura says about this, is the winners. 19 winners from Aryna Sabalenka to only 6 of Paula Badosa. She's not playing a bad match, not at all. 9 unforced errors against a hard-hitting Aryna Sabalenka is not bad at all, but I do think she needs to take a bit more risk in the second set. What do you think, Laura?
I'm totally with you. I'm just thinking back to the first 2 games of the match, and she was not giving up ground on the baseline, was going for the first ball, trying to get the first strike in, and we've seen her accelerate into the forehand side, down the line in particular. And that's just kind of gone missing, because all of a sudden, when Sabalenka became a little more consistent, it was like she lost belief in thinking that she could go toe-to-toe. So, yeah, I think more risk at this point of the match, and let's see what happens.
Time. Second set, Badosa to serve. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready for play.
Fair bit of movement inside Rod Laver Arena. Fans making their way back to their seats for set number 2.
Love.
And if you want some optimism from Badosa's perspective, the good news is last season she was the player with the most comeback wins in 2024, level with Cain. 11 times last year. She recovered from a set down to win.
$30-15.
Say it so often, but you do sort of suspect that time out of the game gave her a very different perspective on the sport. It's such a common theme, isn't it? You see a player out for 6 months, maybe they took it for granted a bit before and come back just with a different attitude, a different approach.
$40-15.
You don't always know what you've got until it's gone.
Very true.
Game Badosa. First game, second set.
Impressive start to the second for the Spaniard.
Some magnificent first serves Paula has found here in this first game of the second set. If she can now do a similar thing on return position, just be a bit higher, closer to the line, try and take the ball earlier. I liked what she did in the previous game where she tried to attack the second serve, try a few things and see what sticks.
For a second until they saw the thumbs up.
Looked actually to be very uncomfortable, didn't it? Her foot just got stuck in. Let's have a look.
Oh, that was very smart. That was about to roll over the ankle and she sort of almost threw herself. Well done. I mean, that was very smart. Novak actually did a similar thing the other day where he was about to roll his ankle and then sort of just let go and fell over. These are very good fallers, these two.
And we've been making comments about what the return should look like, but honestly, the first serve of Aryna Sabalenka looks so much cleaner since they closed the roof. Just the fact that there's no wind in here, the ball toss is exactly where she wants it to be.
The physical challenge of dealing with that ball, you could just see it's just so tough, isn't it? The force, the pressure that it's coming her way. Too hot to handle.
Oh, it's brilliantly done. Well done by Paula, and well done by Aryna Sabalenka to fend it off. And Nick, you are so right. I had the questionable pleasure of playing Aryna Sabalenka once in an official match and many times in practice, and her shots are so heavy. It's not the speed that they come at you with, but you can be at the ball and you connect with the strings there in front of you, and the ball just continues to push you back. That's how much power it has. So you need to have your entire body weight behind those quick shots to be able to fend them off, and that's what makes it so complicated against Aryna Sabalenka.
And it really is a two-pronged attack, isn't it, as well? Because when you look at how effective the backhand has been on that particular rally and how often she's been able to step in, it's not really a hiding place, is there?
Not really. There is no such thing as a weaker shot against Aryna. And when you look at the numbers, you can see it. Every day is different. Sometimes she hits better forehand, sometimes better backhands.
Big pressure on the Spaniard serve once again here. Back-to-back doubles.
Sabalenka leads 2 games to 1.
She has dug herself a hole here in the second because Sabalenka now up a set and a break. Let go of the racket immediately as well, didn't she? I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but...
How did you like the Ben Shelton falling down and then doing push-ups right after?
I mean, it's very Ben Shelton, isn't
it? I loved it. I was just howling in front of the TV.
So good.
I loved it so much.
Yep, he'll be in semi-final action tomorrow, of course. And he takes on Jannik Sinner. Yeah, the cream really has risen to the top, both the men's and the women's side. We've got the number 1 and 2 players in the world in the last 4 of the men's and the women's. First time actually since 2013 here in Melbourne, that's been the case. Exciting finish to the Australian Open in store. actually look through the last 5 holes of Sabalenka, she's only lost 4 points in those 5 holes. So that is the conundrum here, isn't it, for Badosa? She's got to try and find a way to make an impact in her opponent's service games.
Yeah, you're so right. And unfortunately for Paula Badosa, who is not playing a bad match at all, it just seems so that Aryna Sabalenka has found her best tennis here at the semifinals. I thought she played really well against Mira Andreeva too, but this has been the cleanest performance. And Laura mentioned it, ever since the roof has been closed, she's looked very clean, very particularly Aryna Sabalenka tonight. And Paula will have watched all her matches, who were maybe not as dominant as last year, and would have hoped to get a few more freebies, but not so today.
Such a bold second serve, and Badosa just hadn't read it. Studying up on a player that has been around here in Melbourne at the sharp end of these events, may well be doing so again. You've got to love it. Expressing herself and playing, it would seem, with a huge degree of confidence right now.
3-1.
We saw her introduce this shot a lot during the start of the clay court season last year. Look at that in the difference count for the winners. Monumental.
Yeah, it seems like right now Paula Badosa is struggling to find a way to win points once the rally starts. She's very good when she hits her spots on the first serves. But if she wants to give herself the chance to turn this match around, she needs to find something extra in the baseline rallies. The winner count shows it all. She has not been quite able to find a strategy to push Aryna back.
And it looked like Badosa was looking towards her coaching camp for advice in between the first and second serves there.
shifted so well. Did the Spaniard. Was under the severest of pressure early on in the rally, but just did everything to cling on here. Just getting so little room to breathe out there, isn't she? From the back of the court, so little time to execute, dictate.
That
look kind of said it all, didn't it? It was, give me a break here, sort of thing. More importantly, she needs a hold.
Hold.
advantage.
Yeah, that's a second serve out of desperation. A whole lot of risk. 160 kilometers per hour, slice out wide. You sometimes don't even get that on first serve when you're trying to hit that. And just shows you the amount of pressure she feels in those rallies, and she's trying to avoid them at all costs, even if it means hitting a double fault.
Hold.
It's too good. It's Aryna Sabalenka playing at the top of her game here. And she is well on course for a third Australian Open final. That, I've just been told, was the 30th break that Sabalenka has recorded of this tournament, the most of any player in the field. She has just neutralized the serve so well. They know that she's on her way now. Of course, her boyfriend at the back left there.
Time.
Could so easily been down 3-love in the opening set. Of course, was 2-love, 40-love. Badosa. Things have shifted pretty dramatically since then. The Spaniard in some peril here.
15 love.
I'm not sure I've seen her play better all tournament. You?
No, just against Mira Andreeva, she was very strong, but Mira wasn't good that day too. And so this is by far, I would agree, her best performance here.
Hold.
Oh, that is beautifully done by Paula Badosa. First time in a while she gets through in a regular baseline rally, and it's not just us, Nick, that feel like Sabalenka is playing the best match. She's definitely serving the best Here we have it, 11 kilometers per hour, faster than she has all tournament long.
Yeah, only the second point she's lost on serve in this set.
Well, and if anything, she should light a candle in church and hope it rains on Saturday and the roof is closed, because when Aryna is serving this well, it's so hard to do anything against her. You're under so much pressure on your own serve in those baseline rallies.
Melbourne weather, you never know.
40-13.
Just didn't quite get down for that one. And a rare mistake of late. She doesn't like it.
From 2-love down in the first set, she's just not really made any of these errors. Her footwork has been so sharp. I think that's what's so underrated about her game. To be able to hit the shots that she's playing this evening, you need to be in the right position.
This forehand cross-court that is 3/4 court. She's implemented that actually last year when she came here. She talked about this forehand cross-court, that she wanted a bit more angle on it, but she's made it such a safe shot. And it's just a regular rally shot and just happens to become a winner, and that is so valuable to have that in your repertoire.
What a brilliant hit that is. It was all or nothing from there. It keeps her in this game.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Has been the favourite serve on that side once again this evening. That slider out wide. It's opened the court up for her.
And you've got to say, Sabalenka's done an incredible job of getting straight to the Badosa forehand. Barely any of the first balls off her serve especially have gone to the backhand side, because she knows that's the strength and yet makes it look so easy.
She's getting ready in her own unique way. We'll take on Madison Keys. The rate we're going here won't be too far away before those two take to the court. Keys got a shot tonight. Petko, what do you think?
She definitely has the game to bother Iga Swiatek.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready.
But Iga has been the player of this tournament to beat so far in terms of form.
Let's serve.
Yeah, yet to make an Australian Open final. Swiatek, so looking to break new ground in her career tonight.
15 love.
As has this lady this week. And despite the fact it looks as though this is going to be a defeat, there's a lot to take from it.
And this is also something she has adjusted, Aryna Sabalenka. If you remember her 3-4 years ago, with those shots that were just behind the net, she would still go 200 kilometers per hour. And now she waits, holds off a little, and just places it, and that has reduced her unforced error count. Oh, nicely done. Yeah, it's frustrating playing Aryna Sabalenka in this form.
That's how good it's got to be.
Yeah.
To an extent.
She didn't do many things wrong, Paula Badosa.
You certainly take those when they come along, because the second serve has been under scrutiny all evening. And you can understand that reaction, as the pressure has been relentless really for the last 45 minutes. Badosa doubles her tally in set 2. This is a nice reaction here. That she has been under has just been constant, really. It would have been interesting if she could have got a 3-love lead in the first, wouldn't it? Now, if that would have just switched things a little, you suspect not, but could so easily have been the case.
Praying
yeah,
to the gods to make Aryna slip, but she has been picture perfect today.
Looking for a 20th win in succession here in Melbourne, serving for a place in the final.
15 love.
Fearsome.
30 love.
It has elicited that sort of reaction from her opponent, who has, has not had an answer for it. Not many have on this court particularly.
40 love.
Just shy of an hour and a half. Sabalenka with a handful of match points. A devastating display from Aryna Sabalenka. Sees her into a third straight Australian Open final. A matchup between two very good friends. But this lady was in merciless mood. Perhaps her best performance of the tournament so far. She's through in straight sets and remains on course for a three-peat.
Reminiscent of the greats of the Serena Williamses and the Novak Djokovic's, who look scratchy in the beginning, but clean it up in the end, and she's had a fantastic tournament. Paula Badosa, this is the applause she deserves. What a match she's played against Coco Gauff, and what resilience she has shown with those injuries behind her, and finally back in the top 10 where she belongs.
Yeah, she's on the move again. She has been for the last year or so. Didn't have the answers to the Sabalenka game today. This is her court in so many ways. And a 20th straight win here. Perhaps one of the most impressive performances of those 20.
It's not Rod Laver Arena for nothing.
Good shout, Petko. Let's hear from her. Delighted, I'm sure. Speaking to Jelena Dokic.
Aryna, congratulations, you're through to your third straight Australian Open final. But tonight was actually tough. It was tougher than the scoreline shows. You were down 2-love, 1 point away from being down 3-love. How did you turn that around?
Honestly, I have no idea. No, for real, I was just trying to, build for the next games. I wasn't thinking about like winning that game, and then somehow I was able to turn around the game in that crucial game, I would say. And yeah, that was super tough match against a friend. I'm super happy for her to see her on her highest level, and it was tough match, tough battle, and I'm super happy to be through this difficult match.
Talking about friends, you are great friends. You have even called each other your kind of friend soulmates. You shop together, you go out together, you do dancing videos together, but then you have to come out and you have to play your friend. This is the 8th meeting between you two. How do you put that aside to be able to come out and compete?
I don't know, I think after a couple of battles against each other, we spoke and we decided to, put it aside, and like here she wanted badly, we both wanted badly, it's our dream, and here we just opponents. No matter what's happened on the court, we're gonna be friends after our matches, and it's tough to do, but we agreed on that, and I don't know, I think we're doing it pretty well. I don't know, I hope she's still my friend. Probably I'm sure she hate me for the next, I don't know, hour, day, 2. I'm okay with that, I can handle that, and after that I think we're back to be friends, back to go out together, shopping. I don't know what else.
You might have to pay that bill though, the shopping now.
I promise, if she's gonna watch it, I promise Paula we go shopping and I pay for whatever she wants. Whatever you want, without the previous word I said.
I've got a serious question now because it's a big one. You have the opportunity in 48 hours to join the likes of incredible legends. Margaret Court, even Goolagong, Corley, Sellis, Graf, Hingis, but it hasn't been done in more than 25 years to win 3 Australian Opens. What would that mean to you? How much would that mean to you?
You know, you're just saying that and I have a goosebumps. Honestly, I don't know, I'm so proud of myself. I'm proud of my team that we were able to put ourselves in such a situation, and it's privilege, you know, and if I'll be able to put my name in the history, it's gonna mean a lot. It's gonna mean the world for me and world for me. It's been a dream. I mean, I couldn't even dream about that, to be honest. At first, I was dreaming to win at least 1 Grand Slam. Now I have this opportunity. It's incredible, and I'm gonna go out and live everything I have in the finals. And I forgot the main one, guys. Thank you so much for the atmosphere. You are amazing. I really love playing in front of you.
And some of those legends are here tonight, so I think we have to thank them. Did you know?
I mean, I knew, and I was trying not to know that, you know, kind of like ignore that part, you know. But I mean, it's crazy. Honestly, it's crazy.
Last one, I have to ask you about your secret to what you're doing, because you said recently it's all about also preparation, recovery, your routine. So talking about the recovery, you said a small thing. You have a protein bar and a coffee 90 minutes before your match. Okay. Jannik Sinner, men's world #1, said that it's all about getting 10 hours of sleep, and that he even watched Alcaraz and Djokovic till 1 o'clock in the morning and still got his 10 hours of sleep. That's a secret. Do you sleep for 10 hours? Is that the secret?
I thought you were going to say it's all about carrots for Jannik, but okay. If I would sleep 10 hours, I wouldn't be able to, I don't know, wake up, honestly. Like 10 hours, it's a lot for me. And I actually forgot your question.
Just give us some secret to preparation, recovery. How does the recovery look like now for the final?
Well, I mean, that's a protein shake. And for me, it's between 7 to 9 hours. And it's all about having fun on the next day and kind of like put aside tennis. I mean, of course, I'm going to practice a little bit, but then for the rest of the day, I'm going to put aside tennis. And yeah, that's... What? Shopping with Paula? Maybe, you know, I hope she's gonna be still here and we go shop. I'm gonna put a limit for her, you know, because she can go crazy.
Well, don't limit what you're doing on the court. We love watching you have fun on the court and off the court. Keep it going. We can't wait to see you in the final. Ladies and gentlemen, your Australian Open finalist, Aryna Sabalenka.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, such a big personality. You can only walk to her, really, can't you? Just as a reference point, Martina Hingis, as mentioned, was the last player to win 3 in a row, 97, 98 and 99.
Not too bad.
Absolutely. The Swiss Miss had a very different game, in fairness, didn't she?
True, yeah, true. Very different.
Opposite ends of the spectrum. But this lady is mightily effective. This is how she did it today. Every category was outstanding, Pekka.
It really was, but the winners, I think, were a lot more than 18. I think they switched to 2 and to a 1. For Aryna, I think it was 28 winners, and she played the best match. I agree with you, Nick. I think she played the best match of the tournament, and that's what champions do, right? They show up in the second week of the Grand Slam, and here she is way into the second week, and we will see her on Saturday in the final. But who against? We don't know yet.
We'll find out shortly. Stay with us, because Madison Keys and Iga Swiatek are coming up shortly.
And she gets the win, Paola Badoza.
Oh, hasn't she done well?
Her first semi-final here at the Australian Open.
Aryna Sabalenka.
Absolutely dominant performance.
A two-time defending champion survives.
Sensational stuff, Madison Keys. Into the semi-finals of the Australian Open.
For just the second time in her career, Iga Swiatek is an Australian Open semi-finalist.
It's time for the second semi-final. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from the United States of America, Madison Keys. And their opponent from Poland, world number 2, Iga Swiatek.
What a match we have coming up. We've got the 5-time Grand Slam champion, Iga Swiatek, the number 2 seed here, up against the big-hitting Madison Keys. What promises to be an incredible matchup of two players who are in such fabulous form all tournament. Madison Keys on a 10-match win streak, coming off a victory in Adelaide, and has brought that incredible form here to Rod Laver Arena, where she is in the semi-finals of the Australian Open. Plenty of American support here for Madison, but for Iga Swiatek, the world number 2, looking to win the Australian Open, is through to the semi-finals in what is her best result here ever, and in sparkling form. My name's Josh Eagle, and great to have Chanda Rubin joining me for what is such a big match.
It is, and both players have earned their spot. They have been playing terrific tennis. You mentioned for this last week and a half, looking for a spot in another major final.
Poland for you, this is Maria. She would like to say hello to you. So she's going to do the coin toss. Just a few reminders, ladies. Welcome and good evening. We're going to take a picture with Maria after the coin toss in this direction. Towel boxes, blue and red. Blue for you today, red is for you. Electronic line calling like before, and also we have VR. So in case you want to challenge a not up foul shot touch, you can do that 3 times per set, but you need to stop immediately, otherwise it's too late. And last but not least, the shot clock, 25 seconds between the points in all the 4 corners. It starts after I've announced the score. Do you have questions? No. So who do you want to ask, Iga or Madison? I have the feeling it might be Iga. John Newcomb for you. And it's John Newcomb, your choice. Receive. Okay, picture please this way. Turn around here. Thank you, girl. Have a good match. That was great. Thank you so much, Maria. Well done.
So Madison Keys winning the toss, and a little surprising for me, Chanda, she's elected to receive. She's been on such a tear. She's been serving so brilliantly.
Yeah, I've heard her talk about this a bit, and that, you know, sometimes it just depends on the situation. Maybe she wants a few more opportunities early on to break, to get that early break, and wants a few more hits before she has to toss the balls up on her serve. Perhaps just a little bit of anxiousness that she's trying to get out. She wants to hit a few first, but whatever the reason, the goal for Madison Keys here today is to use the serve, and she has used it beautifully to get to this stage.
And no doubt it's been so devastating. Madison Keys through to her 3rd Australian Open semi-final. This is a surface, a court she feels very much at home on. Currently ranked 14, 19th seed here, but as we know, she had won Adelaide on the weekend, and that's a big push up into the rankings. And wow, she's played some incredible tennis at Grand Slam level, made one Grand Slam final. That was the US Open back in 2017. But she's in ominous form, and when you look at her road to the semi-finals, I feel she's had a very tough draw, spent a lot more time on court, but has dealt with difficult matches and difficult moments really well.
Yeah, that second round match against Rousset was surprisingly difficult, and she had to play some great tennis to get through it in the end. That helped set the baseline of confidence for Madison Keys. And then the match, of course, against Danielle Collins, a countrywoman, not easy, and she got through straightforward fashion. And another tough one against Aryna Sabalenka, and she was impressive there.
Absolutely. Well, quite the opposite for Iga Swiatek. World number 2, 5 slams already to her illustrious career. She's had a very simple pathway through to the semi-finals, and Chanda, it's fair to say she has been in brilliant form, barely dropping games, and it's the one slam that I suspect that she is really desperate to win. She's won the US Open and, of course, the French Open, but this surface should be a good surface for her.
Yeah, it should. I mean, the ball bounces up a little bit higher, and she struggled with trying to flatten it out in the past. Now she's embracing the spin. Her road to this semifinal wasn't quite as tough as we mentioned. She did play in the last round her first seeded player in Emma Navarro, the 8th seed, and she came through with flying colors. So she looked incredibly impressive against a player who has posed a lot of problems against the field.
All right, we're lucky enough to have Madison Keys' coach, Bjorn Frantangelo, joining us. Bjorn, congratulations to get through this far. Madison has been in incredible form, not just here, but also in Adelaide. I guess, is there much gas left in the tank, and what does she have to do well tonight against Iga?
Yeah, thank you. No, physically she's fine. I mean, she's, you know, we're built for this. She's done a lot of work in the preseason, all through her long career. Fitness is not the issue, so, you know, although tonight's going to be very tough, she's ready for it.
I mean, this is a terrific opportunity, Bjorn. How is she approaching this match mentally?
Yeah, I mean, I think just that, you know, it's another opportunity for her to maybe sneak another slam final. I don't know if she ever thought maybe she'd be in another one, but here you are at the doorstep of another semifinal, and, you know, playing probably, you know, arguably the best girl in the world right now. But she's ready, and it's going to be tough, so we're going to see what happens.
Bjorn, wish you and the team all the best of luck. She's in great form, and it would be a Cinderella story if she can go one better and at least make the final. So best of luck tonight.
All right, thank you.
Madison Keys has been just so low-key about sneaking through the draw. Not a lot of people have really been mentioning Madison Keys. As we have a quick look at the weather, 18 degrees. The roof is open for this one, and it's cool conditions.
It is, and you wonder who that will help this evening. Of course, the balls from Swiatek may get up a little bit more, so perhaps a little slower conditions for Keys may be beneficial. But, you know, Swiatek has owned this head-to-head. Keys did win the one time in Cincinnati back in 2022. Those courts were a little bit quicker, but this will be the challenge for Madison Keys, is how to keep her firepower at play, but not let it create more unforced errors. She's done a terrific job so far, and it's going to be what she is looking to do here tonight. Of course, the advantage in the column of Iga Swiatek.
80%, is it fair, do you think?
I think I'd give Madison Keys a better shot than that. But certainly you look at the head-to-head, you look at, you know, some of the score lines, but I think it's a bit closer than what we're seeing with Win Predictor. Remember, Madison Keys was one of 19 American women to start this event, and she is the last one standing.
Standing tall.
First sets, Iga Swiatek to serve.
All right, players ready. Second women's semi-final. A date with Aryna Sabalenka awaits the winner.
Play.
love her team.
Keys has been looking to step in on returns and attack her opponents. Swiatek has to be aware of that. Trying to put a little bit more behind that second serve, clipping the tape.
Just so quick, isn't she? So athletic to get up to that short ball.
15,
Iga Swiatek. Well, possibly a little bit of a nervous start here for the world number 2.
15, overplaying 14. That forehand. First serve is going to be 13, crucial for Swiatek, 14. Just to allow her to play from a stronger position, especially in these early stages. It's one area she's been doing a pretty good job of throughout the tournament.
Opening break for Madison Keys.
Keys gets just what she was hoping for when she chose to receive opportunities to break, and she takes advantage of it. Swiatek is now broken for the first time since the 4th game of the 2nd set in her first round match. She's won 31 service games in a row, Swiatek, and that stopped the run there.
All right, good start for Madison Keys, and it's good to have Daniela Huntakova courtside. Daniela, a warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be with you, Josh and Chanda. And just want to say a couple of those misses in the first game also had something to do with the light breeze that it's coming with from the side where Madison is going to serve. So it's something both girls have to watch out for. Just give it a little bit extra shape to make sure they don't miss it long, as Iga did with a couple of those forehands.
Chanda, I get the feeling tonight Madison Keys will have to serve well, and I'm thinking around the up 65% plus of first serves in, because her serve +1 is so devastating.
Yeah, I think that's been a key for Keys getting to this semifinal. She's maintained a pretty high percentage of first serves in, and when she gets the serve in, she's effective behind it. And so it's the 1-2 punch. When that number has dipped, it's been a little more difficult for Keys. With Swiatek, you've got to be ready for those extra balls to come back. And Keys was up for the challenge.
30-15.
It started that wide serve, well placed to get Swiatek stretched out. That has been difficult for opponents to do thus far, but Keys with a terrific start. We know how quick Swiatek can play, and there are moments where Keys may have to just slow things down a little bit, try to control the pacing a bit more often.
$40-30.
Yeah, she had a look at forehand she has been pouncing on.
Yes.
And that one just got away from her. The legs didn't quite stay grounded and behind the ball. Understandable to be a little over anxious. Looking at a 2-love lead here.
Is there anybody better in the game who can turn defense into attack than Iga Swiatek?
Advantage.
Yeah, it's hard to think of anybody. Obviously, Goff, who can defend and at times go to offense, but Swiatek does it so quickly and so seamlessly.
Nice rebound here from the world number 2. Hits straight back. 1-all first set.
There are players that are very comfortable defending, but then it's difficult to go from defense to offense inside the court, and Swiatek, she is probably the best at that.
This is where Maddie will have to be so careful when she has those easy balls, that she makes sure finishes Iga off and is very accurate with those, because otherwise the balls will be coming back.
Love 15.
Swiatek still not quite settled in terms of her serving. Second double fault. A bit of good fortune for Keys to put Swiatek under more pressure here at
30.
love 30. 3 times that Swiatek has gotten that second serve in, she's lost all of those points so far.
And guys, what I'm noticing is that Iga so much wants to be ready for that first shot after her serve, because she knows how fast the returns will come of Madison racket, that she doesn't finish the serve properly. She's a little bit off rhythm.
She's almost worried about that shot coming back, isn't she?
Totally.
So that's another break for Madison Keys.
Leads 2-1.
Good start for the American. 2-1 first set. Well, only lost serve twice all tournament coming in here, Iga Swiatek, and has lost the first 2 opening serves. Put that down to nerves more so than anything. Beautiful sight, isn't it? Melbourne Park lit up, and such a big occasion tonight. It's got a real significant feel about it, Chanda, when you get down to the business end of the tournament. It's not a lot of players left, and full house in here tonight, but there's a lot of nerves and tension around the stadium.
Yeah, the locker room gets a lot quieter. The last 4 players remaining in the singles draw, and you feel it. You feel the opportunity that is at hand, and it makes everything just a little more difficult.
Beautiful city here, Melbourne, and Melbourne Park, the backdrop, all lit up in its glory. And we have a full house here for women's semi-finals night. Madison Keys up a break, 2-1 first set.
15
93%. Madison Keys wins the set after an early break, so that's a very healthy number. And Chanda highlights just how she's a great front runner.
And understands the staples of her game and how to keep it flowing through the end of a set. And certainly those weapons in closing out a set, that helps as well.
Let's serve.
Well, you need a little bit of luck at this stage of the tournament.
13.
That's a second net cord for Keys. That one, no chance for Swiatek to defend. Sometimes to the aggressor goes the luck.
We have seen this occasionally, haven't we, Chanda, throughout this tournament, where she does throw in the odd double fault, and it looks like a little bit of loss of rhythm.
Yeah, Madison Keys' team, her coach and husband, Bjorn Frantangelo, on the right. Her fitness trainer on the left, Richard Langford, works for the USTA. Just missed it. That has been a valuable shot for Keys, the backhand down the line. And instead, it's a break point for Swiatek.
Game, Swiatek.
So
2 games
back
all.
at 2 games all. Not entirely happy with that service game, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is the challenge of settling in as quickly as possible in a match of this magnitude, and both players still just not quite finding their range. And you feel like whoever can hold first, that is the player who will be able to settle down a little more quickly. But you see they're both trying to play aggressive on the front foot, and that will generate a certain number of errors as well. Swiatek has finally won a point off of her second serve. Maybe that gives her a little boost of confidence. Still right now just trying to overplay on that shot.
Left. 40 left.
And these are exactly the type of misses in the last 2 minutes that Maddie cannot afford to do in this kind of matchup against Iga. Iga is so not used to being in a situation where she's 2-all. So that's already stressful for her. So she has to cut down the number of unforced error account.
He's had a point 2-love lead and didn't get it. It's been a bit of a swing back and forth for her. Got to put those missed opportunities out of your mind. Not always as simple to do.
First service hold for the world number 2. Starting to look a little more confident. 3-2, Swiatek.
She was able to fend off a couple of big hits from Keys off the return, and that's got to give her just a little more of a boost. It's not a comfortable feeling knowing you're going to have to defend immediately, and maybe partly why we're seeing Iga Swiatek come out of her serves a little too quickly initially. And Daniela mentioned not completing that shot where she could get the most behind it, but that game felt like her settling in.
We're definitely seeing Iga Swiatek finish more at the net. To push forward. I'm sure that's a tactic that new coach Wim Fazette have been working on. It just looks like the roof's closing, Daniela. Is that what you see?
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe just a little bit of rain.
Actually, I can feel a few drops around, so hopefully this gets closed on time.
Well, it just takes 6 minutes, they say, and obviously they've got a good start, so it'll be less than that. It wasn't wide open. They took 300 tons out of this roof when it was originally built, so it used to take 15 minutes, and now it's just a matter of minutes before it closes.
Oh, but I think both players decided that they keep playing. Even when the roses closing at the same time.
Yeah, Wayne McEwen, the referee, tournament referee, just mentioned that it'll be closed very quickly, so the show goes on. I gotta say, Swiatek's doing a very good job of going back in behind Madison Keys, really trying to keep her off balance.
Yeah, Swiatek's coach, Wim Fissette, added him to her team. And one of the things that he talked about doing was having her lean into the spinniness of her shots on these courts. And what he spoke about was, you know, before she tried to flatten her shots out more on these courts, make that adjustment compared to how she plays on the red clay. But this year, he's been having her lean into the spin and keep with that same kind of shot production.
Forehand is just a little loose at the moment. This has been a big weapon over the last couple of weeks.
A very close-knit team for Madison Keys in the middle. Her physio, Kayla Epperson, as well. A little concern, though, right now.
(15-14).
That's the range that Keys has been looking for on the forehand.
Yeah, it makes life a lot easier for Madison Keys when she makes that first serve. Only winning 1 out of 5 when she misses the first serve. Just overplaying at the moment.
And that is such a difficult forehand to hit. As good as Keys' forehand is, she was still just a little off balance, and the change direction behind that much pace from Swiatek was a little too much to ask for.
Especially given the rotation or the spin that Swiatek puts on the ball, you're almost on your back foot at all times. So if you want to change direction of a shot, you really have to be set with the feet and have great discipline to change direction.
Swiatek still trying to push for more depth on that second serve, trying to keep Keys at bay.
Again, that back in behind Madison Keys shot. A clear tactic we're seeing from Iga.
15-all.
And this is staple of Swiatek, how quickly she gets the feet in position behind the shots. Difficult to get her off once she gets started. That's the kind of return Swiatek has been trying to avoid from Keys, where she can take that little bit of court, steal some time from Swiatek right from the start.
That return was on Iga's side before she even finished the serve.
She missed that forehand, Keys, but that's a good play still. She kind of ran through it, didn't quite get set, but the intent to hit it and then move in where it doesn't allow Swiatek to reset the point. She did that well in her last couple of matches.
Win for set there, the front left. I like this forehand better. The cross-court forehand from Keys is working better tonight. Yes. She seems to be trusting the shot.
And it gives her just a little more margin over the low part of the net, and she can swing over the longer part of the court as well. That's one of the advantages that Swiatek has. Even though she hasn't always maybe liked these courts as much, she gets a little more time. She can make great use of it. She seems like she is finding the joy in these Australian Open courts.
Been a nice recovery in this first set from the world number 2. Good lead, 5-2 first set.
Iga Swiatek's been mixing up her shot placement, and at times she's picking a little more on the forehand of Madison Keys, and that opens up space to the backhand, but 39% of the time she's going out to the Keys backhand, 45% of the time into the forehand, and it's been difficult for Keys to read it and to figure out how to counter it. She's been trying to take her forehand Keys down the line. That hasn't quite worked well, and at the end it's given Swiatek more opportunities to step in and dictate earlier in the rallies.
Yeah, really spreading the court. That's a great graph, just highlights just got Keys guessing on end range and just does it so well, and it's the heaviness as well once the ball hits the court.
Time.
Well, semi-finals night here at the Australian Open. Aryna Sabalenka getting through in the first one as a straight sets winner over her good friend Paula Badosa. 6-4, 6-1. And it's the world number 2, Iga Swiatek, Off to a great start. 5-2 first set. Daniela, just checking in, is the actual roof completely closed now?
Yeah, it is absolutely, Josh. It feels so nice. The conditions couldn't be any better. Just the right temperature, no wind. Perfect.
And those are the types of misses that Keys can't afford in this match. It's been hard enough for her to get those opportunities. Be on the front foot. Good reset here from Love 30. Getting back even with that ace. The first ace of the match.
Well, it's been quick, 32 minutes. It's a set point now for Iga Swiatek.
Yes. Advantage. Peace.
Nice rebound from Keys, saving a set point. Just giving herself one more opportunity to get back into this match.
And she knows, Keys, that even if she does lose the set here, she wants to be serving first in the second. So multiple benefits buckling down in that last game.
Bjorn Frantangelo just laying down the law. Hasn't been overly animated this tournament with Madison. This time he was a lot more animated than what we have seen. Yeah, that's the way, I think, forward for Madison. Trust her best shot cross court. Then when she gets more confidence, she can go back down the line. But this is the shot that we've seen Iga struggle a little bit over the years, hard and fast into her forehand side.
And especially with Keys coming in. Now she's got to hit it a little lower, try to get it dipping.
Sitting courtside, it feels like you cannot hit and time the ball any better than the last two shots of Madison Keys.
what Madison Keys can do. She can get on a run. That last service game, the first time she held serve all match, saved a set point, and now with 3 break points to get back on serve.
Halt!
A smart second serve from Swiatek. Got a lot of safety on that kick serve, but a terrific angle, as well as the kick that got up a bit higher.
All things getting interesting now. Madison Keys does break back. And we're on serve. Swiatek, 5-4 first set. Swiatek on set point had a backhand. She was aggressive down the line and just didn't quite make it. And it's been a swift turnaround here. Keys right back in this match.
And she just has settled in so much better, Keys. The footwork has gotten crisper, and so she's in position and not overplaying on some of these shots. And here she is right back in it. And so often players panic. They get down in these situations, especially against Swiatek, but Keys has been showing that there is very little panic in her game during this entire fortnight.
It's a great sight. 2 of the very best in full flight. In fact, 4 of the very best tonight on women's semi-finals. It's been incredible, the tournament, the success. Massive crowds for nearly 3 consecutive weeks. It started in qualifying week.
Love 15.
Discipline on the forehand, Madison Keys.
Well, her shots are big enough, and you see how difficult it's been for Swiatek to catch up to it, to get behind it fully when Keys hits solidly. Doesn't even have to be that close to the lines.
30.
I mean, Swiatek is almost redlining it here, and she was close, but still is down in this game now.
$40-15.
I mean, all you could do is laugh at that one. It's either that or cry.
It gives every club player hope.
13.
Makes no mistake of it. 5-all.
Tremendous poise and discipline from Keys. Swiatek almost reset this point with that forehand. Keys very calmly taking her opportunities, and again, away from the lines and enough height and margin over the net.
It's enough.
And two of the best first serves that Swiatek has hit back to back.
Needed it. Iga Swiatek moves ahead. 6-5 first set.
Time.
night here in Melbourne. The roof is closed, just a little light sprinkle a little bit earlier. First match was played with the roof closed also. And it's Madison Keys serving to stay in this first set.
Love 15.
Just the middle of the box is always going to be problematic.
She has just started to hit the forehand with so much more shape ever since she was 5-2 down, Madison. It feels so safe the last couple of minutes.
Ooh.
It's almost as if Keys has realized she doesn't
15.
have to rush through her shots. And even if she has to hit 2 or 3, maybe even 4 big shots, she still can keep control of a point with how big she can hit it. Doesn't have to make it more risky.
And I think that's the key for Madison tonight, to accept the fact that she does not have to win every single rally within 2-3 shots, but she has the physicality to stay in the rallies for, say, 7, 8, 9 shots if she needs to.
Taking away time from Madison Keys and earns another set point.
30-14.
It's a good set of tennis from the world number 2.
Games to 5.
Iga Swiatek halfway there, takes the first set. 7 games to 5.
Iga Swiatek showing again why she has been at the top of the game and one of the dominant players now over the last few years. Her ability to reset, especially after having that set point, not getting it, losing a few games in a row, but able to do a hard reset. Still not the best serving day for Swiatek, 59% points won behind the first serve, but both players are struggling in that department at times. But it's been the winners, 11 to fewer unforced errors for Swiatek, 10 in that department for Madison Keys, 17, a few too many, especially at the end of that first set.
Yeah, I think that the unforced error rate just hurt Madison a little bit early, and she gave up such a big lead, 5-2, and had to work hard and did well to get back to 5-all, invested a lot of effort. However, just the class from Iga Swiatek at the end. She was able to keep Madison Keys off balance, keep her moving, and we got a wonderful display of her athletic ability. I mean, the feet, they're constantly moving, Swiatek, and she's a very good front runner, Chanda.
Yeah, she is, and you just see her ability to mentally dig into a match, and sometimes we don't talk enough about that.
Plenty of Polish fans in the stands
Swiatek
tonight, all summer long for Iga Swiatek. Feeling pretty good about life now. 7-5 first set in the bag.
Once. 15 enough.
Halt.
Even at night with maybe slightly slower conditions, the Keys ball still just moves through the court, and when it hits, kind of keeps moving. And that's been the challenge for Swiatek, why she's working so hard to try to get behind these heavy shots.
Halt.
And Chandler, I don't think the game plan necessarily changes dramatically for Madison.
I don't think it does. I think she had the right game plan, and certainly from 2-5 down, she started implementing this game plan, hitting big, looking for opportunities to take the ball out of the air, not let Swiatek reset the point, and it also cuts down on the risk. She's not having to hit extra big shots from the ground.
$15-14.
I see a little bit of doubt here from Iga Swiatek. So it's the perfect start for Madison Keys.
First
Early
game,
break in the second
set.
And she's played a lot of tennis, Madison Keys, a lot of three-setters to get through to the semi-finals. She won't be overawed by the situation of having to come back.
She's had some terrific wins, Keys, when you consider getting past Danielle Collins and then Elena Rybakina. That was 3 sets. And then against Aryna Sabalenka, that one going the distance as well. She's been match tested. She's match tough.
She sure is. It's confidence in a 10-match winning streak for Madison Keys. There's been periods in some of these matches where 5 or 10 minutes that have cost her on the scoreboard, but then she's been able to reverse that with great runs. She's going to need it right here against the world number 2 in Iga Swiatek.
Love, 15.
Halt.
I mean, both these players
Love
are
it.
terrific returners in slightly different ways. And you see Swiatek also trying to step inside the court, take those balls on the rise, and not give Keys as many unreturned serves. Pretty good percentage of breaking right back as well.
That's stunning.
15-13.
Great footwork.
30-all.
When Keys gets into position that way, she has options. She can go inside out, she can go inside in. It kind of freezes Swiatek where she can't read those shots as well.
Because she has such a beautiful shoulder turn on that forehand, it is impossible for Iga to read where she's going to hit. And at this speed, you have to start guessing a little bit before Maddie hits the shots.
Again. Keys.
Well, it's been a good start,
Keys
hasn't it,
leads
for Madison
2
Keys, who
games
was
to
able to get over the disappointment of losing that first set. And it's been a strong rebound. 2-love.
This was the same position Keys was in the first set, where she had broken and had game point for 2-love, couldn't get it, and that changed the complexion of the first set. So maybe now she can continue to implement this strategy that has worked.
That is the first time Madison Keys has held serve after breaking serve, so that's got to feel pretty good.
And even though she lost the first set, Keys, it still feels like this match is more even. And it's because of how Keys has been able to control play in between. Certainly the first set, those few games, and now beginning of this second.
And this starts to be a big game for Swiatek. Doesn't want to give up a 3-love lead here.
So much for Swiatek. Starts behind the first serve, and not just any first serve, but she's got to keep placing it well and mixing it up. I think not just mixing up placement, but also mixing up pace and mixing up spins. Because sometimes the quicker she serves it, the quicker the ball is back on her, like that last one.
Oh, it's stunning.
And she tried it. She tried a little slower serve with a little more angle. And Keys on the full stretch, using every inch of her racket frame.
Good stuff again from Madison Keys. And it's another break. It's game on. 3-love Keys, second set. Not a huge surprise, given the form that Keys was in the back end of that second set. It just really seems to have settled in nicely.
So really, since that set point, the first set point that Swiatek had, 5-2 with Keys serving, that seemed to maybe flip a switch for the American, because it was 3 games in a row playing this brand of tennis. She lost the last 2 to close out the first set, but what she was able to do in turning that first set around seemed to have stuck, and she's right back to the tennis that has continued to put Swiatek on her heels.
Time.
So the world number 2, Iga Swiatek, has taken the first set 7-5, but hasn't had it all her own way tonight. Down 3-love, a double break. And Madison Keys, who's had an incredible Australian summer, winning Adelaide, 5 matches here, right in it.
15-love.
And guys, also the conditions are much warmer now than compared to the beginning of the match, so Madison's big shots are even bigger. It's starting to be really hot and humid.
Love.
Just as they are where Madison Keys trains down in Florida. 3 straight aces.
So a real run on at the moment from Madison Keys, and there's some question marks here for Iga Swiatek. 4-love.
All Swiatek could do was watch those serves whiz past her. Finally got something more hittable the last point of the game, but had an uphill battle, and she does here trying to hold serve, Swiatek. Frantangelo, pantomime, and just keep it going.
He was very calm and a bit of self-belief before this match when we spoke to him.
Thank
so
you.
I'm very impressed with Madison.
She's been hitting it big, Keys, and after the first set,
15.
she started hitting it just a bit bigger. Her average topspin speeds are up on both sides.
Love 30.
Well, it's
Here's a look at the numbers. On the forehand side, Keys 6 kilometers per hour faster between first and second set, and on the backhand, even more of a difference.
That's a big increase, isn't it?
And that's what Swiatek is struggling more with right now.
Well, this is sometimes the look we get from Iga when things are not going her way. Gets a little uptight and the body language does change.
Swiatek is out of sorts.
Yeah, she's definitely in a panic mode, so a huge mental test for Iga, how she can get out of this, because she's panicking mentally and on her shots as well.
It's all one-way traffic at the moment. Madison Keys, boy oh boy, 5-love second set.
This is normally what Iga Swiatek does to her opponents, and now she's having to deal with it. A very quick, one-sided second set where she has not figured out how to hold serve.
Strange, isn't it, for such a great player that sometimes her problem solving against a player who hits the ball really hard, that's been the one Achilles heel in her career so far.
So that's been the strategy players try to implement. Not everybody hits the ball big enough to create this kind of an effect, but Madison Keys does. And we're seeing it not only on the forehand of Swiatek, but also on the backhand side, where she's just rushing through some of those shots. She knows it's coming, and that's making it even worse.
Stunning sight. Melbourne Park, one of the world's great sporting events. It's now stretched over 3 weeks here. More than just a tennis event, it's such a fantastic event for all to attend. And it's Madison Keys who's in control in the second set. 5-love.
Out. 15-all.
So much to like about this forehand. This is the shot that's really worked a treat all summer long. a little shaky early on in the match, but boy, full of confidence at the moment.
Those shots for Swiatek have been few and far between, where she's been able to set up on balance on the front foot.
Fault. Fault. 30-14. Game, Swiatek.
Well, it's one game back, but it's a long, long way back. 5-1. Keys leads.
Swiatek at least able to hit pause on all the momentum Keys had. Still there for the American, but just a little bit of a shift to Swiatek's side, especially if she can hold serve here.
Love 15.
Desperately love to hold on here. I wouldn't think she'd be too happy if Keys starts serving first in the third. Lifting up a fraction ahead.
Now the struggles for Swiatek in this match have been very different than her previous matches. She was up around 80% of points won behind the first serve, Swiatek, which is why she held for so many games here. She's not even winning 50% when she gets the first serve in. Drops dramatically behind the second.
This has got to give Madison Keys a lot of confidence.
Why not? The way this match has gone from 2-5 for her has been confidence building. And she is a point away from getting this to a decider.
$15-14. $30-14.
It's well long, and we're going the distance. Madison Keys has wrapped this women's semi-finals up, and we're at 1 set all. Keys just going off for a bathroom break. I suspect Swiatek will follow. Change of outfit.
It's been a very different second set of tennis. Very quick set, under 30 minutes, and it was all Madison Keys. And it started with the serve, and the number of aces, that number went up. And she was able, Keys, to switch in terms of winner sun force errors. Now positive differential, that was huge. And she didn't allow Swiatek to win a single point behind her second serve. And that continued to put pressure on the pole. And Keys able to break at will in that second set.
Wouldn't be too many sets Iga has played where she hasn't won a point on the second serve. That's just how dominant Madison Keys was in this second set. And she was very much in control, controlled aggression from Keys and not overplaying it, and in fact got the opposite from Iga Swiatek. Just a little bit of self-doubt, lifting up on some short balls, and a lot of the unforced errors were long for Iga Swiatek. It's been a great fight back from Madison Keys. Loves it here on Rod Laver Arena. 3 times a semi-finalist. But it's the first time between this pair that we're going the distance. A third set match to decide who goes through to the final of the Australian Open. Chandler, the 2 questions is, Madison Keys is just looking so poised, so confident. Does she have the self-belief to go on from here?
I think that's what we are going to see as this third set gets underway. I think she should. I absolutely think she has proven to herself that she can get this kind of win on this kind of stage again, and that she's a better player even than she was when she got to her first major final back in 2017.
And what are we going to get from Iga Swiatek? It's been an unusual second set for me. Just didn't quite get on a roll with the momentum that she should have possibly had at the end of that first set, and a little bit of self-doubt, I suspect.
I think Swiatek always knew that she was going to have to defend these heavy, deep ground strokes from Keys. She started the match struggling with her serve, trying to come out of her serve too quickly because of it. And in that end of the first set and beginning of the second, when Keys settled down, she showed Swiatek exactly what Swiatek was expecting. And I just think she is struggling to deal with it. Hasn't had a lot of answers for the pace of Keys. And, you know, I think for me the question is, what does Swiatek try to do? Does she try to go bigger, which she doesn't have enough pace to go pace for pace? Not consistently. She's got to go pace but spread the court. And it's difficult to do that in the early stages if you're not having success behind your first serve.
And also I think it's very important for Madison at the beginning of this third set to test that forehand side of Iga, because it felt like it was starting to fall apart big time. And we know what happens when Iga starts to panic. It's a very mechanical shot, so it takes her quite a bit of time to find that rhythm on that shot back, where Maddie, even if she makes some big misses, you always feel like any second she can turn it on and suddenly hit 10 winners in a row, where Iga's forehand, it's, I think, in a little bit of trouble at the beginning of this third set. But what an atmosphere it is starting to be here on the center court.
Party time, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't get better than this.
It's 0 on the toilet break clock, and we're wondering, does Iga Swiatek want to come back out and have more of this? Is she avoiding?
She needs to come and join the party.
She is. But she's got some real questions to answer here as she starts this third set.
Well, she has made it back, Iga Swiatek. Deciding sets at Grand Slams. Madison Keys has won 29 and lost 21. Got a positive record here at the Australian Open, 10-4, so that's good numbers for Keys.
Time.
Equally as good as Swiatek, 16-8 at Grand Slam level, so very healthy and a winning one at the AO, 5-3. So it's a final set shootout here to decide who will meet Aryna Sabalenka in the final.
Final set. Keys to serve. Thank you. Players are ready. $15 left.
Look, whatever Swiatek does, she has to work on spreading the court again. And she's lost a bit of confidence on some of her shots from the ground, so that will be a challenge. But she can't just look to go toe-to-toe from a neutral position pace-wise.
Oh.
Candy, do you feel like she's lost a bit of physicality?
15.
In terms of where she
Yeah,
started?
just the footwork and the whole intensity.
Yeah, some of it. I think she's
almost overthinking
I think
it.
she's focused more on the big hit. She's trying to generate the pace first and foremost, and it has made her footwork suffer.
40-15.
But it's also been difficult for Swiatek to read some of the shots from Keys now that Keys has started making balls the way she did towards the latter part of the first set. So it's a lot of changes.
So much to love about the start from Madison Keys.
Final set.
Confident service game, one love.
And I think George, it's also not only physicality, but more the conviction. It looks like she doesn't really know what to do anymore out here when Madison is playing and hitting the ball that she has been the last 15-20 minutes.
Which is so surprising for me, given what we know about Swiatek. Of course, 5 Grand Slams, she's done it all in the sport.
And the win predictor predictably has shifted the other way, but I would expect it to be a bit higher than 51% in Keys' favor with what we've seen. Got a lot of other intangibles in terms of their previous meetings, but the way Keys has looked, Swiatek didn't hold serve one time in that second set. Kind of like Keys' chances.
That's the sort of point, that's the type of point Swiatek wants to play.
Well, I think that's what the goal needs to be, regardless of what happens in this match. And she's missed a few shots, but don't give Keys the same ball to the same side of the court twice, if at all possible.
13-9.
It's imperative that Swiatek keeps some pressure, some tension in this match in terms of the scoreline. Well on her way to start in this service game. I think it's misses like this one that have to give Madison that extra boost of confidence. I mean, this wasn't close to making it over the net. She's missed some shots from the ground wildly, Swiatek has. Can she settle back down?
Going to feel pretty good for Iga Swiatek. After not holding serve at all in the second set. That was fantastic vision, just out low.
So look how she was spreading the court there. Swiatek moving keys, able to get the balls more into the corner. But it was the variety of placement that helped get her up there at the net.
It's up to Madison to respond.
Danny, are you seeing a difference in Swiatek just physically?
I think she's a little bit more urgent in between the shots, but the key here for me is to find a way how to open up the court so that even if Madison hits these huge shots, she has the whole court then to play with. It is so much easier said than done at this speed.
The serves worked so well. The slider wide, it's something she's done so beautifully in her career.
And she hasn't overused it tonight, but that one, another strategically placed serve. Get out in front.
I really like here how Madison Keys is not panicking, didn't overplay the pass. It's got some beautiful dip and shape on it. Look at the spin on that ball.
She did well, Keys, to defend and keep herself in that point for the extra ball.
13.
And that's exactly the backhand that Swiatek has been so affected with throughout the tournament. That hard, short cross court. She needs to find a way to use that more often.
mentally here, Madison Keys. A lot of self-belief. 2-1 final set.
And the defense from Keys in that last point again, getting her out of trouble and allowing her to close out this service game. And it's not just the pace that's got Swiatek befuddled, it's those shots that Keys has been keeping herself in the point with, that last one falling right on the line. So it's not just the pace, it's the overall game that Keys is employing.
Well, I don't know what you guys think, but as far as pure hitting, this is the best match I've seen so far in this tournament. The timing and accuracy, at the same time the level of the speed that both players generate, it's been quite spectacular.
So it's the first time in the match we've had 3 straight service holds. It's Iga Swiatek coming out to respond.
Each service game is its own battle. And for Iga Swiatek right now, she cannot afford to lose those battles on her serve. She's taking a little extra time, being a little clearer on where she's placing the ball and what the result that she wants.
Definitely trying to hit that backhand down, the double hander down the line, Swiatek.
Now, she hasn't quite gotten it consistently, though. That was the shot she missed on that first set point. That one just seemed a little tentative, like she didn't quite commit fully to it. Slowed her racket head speed up behind it.
Chandra, it feels to me that Swiatek just starting to slow the first serve down a fraction, because she's afraid of missing that first serve and having to hit a second serve. Just, that makes your game all that little bit more cautious as well.
Do we think maybe this is the time on that second serve that Maddie should go inside the baseline, just step in, take it on the rise, and just send the message across to Iga, this is my time, I'm hitting the ball as well as I can, and just maybe be even slightly aggressive?
Yeah, she's got those opportunities, Keys, especially having held serve, serving first in the rotation.
That's got to feel like a gift, hasn't it? That was a big miss from Swiatek. These are the shots that she was executing in the first set. So first break point of the third set goes the way of Madison Keys. Go back cross court one more time. Yes. Keys, that's where she's had success.
Yeah, Swiatek got fortunate. Another point in this game that she was on her heels and Keys just missed it. And a little more pace into the body of Keys.
178, good call, Chanda. Survives the first test, Iga Swiatek. 2-all.
Swiatek had to work hard for that point, and at the end kind of shoveled the backhand down line. Didn't want to miss it.
Sort of a scoop almost.
All she had to do was make it. Huge game for the pole. Made something out of what was almost nothing. Could have been a disaster.
15-all.
Yeah, sometimes she gets the feet there too early and gets planted, and then
I think she was looking to maybe run in and hit a volley, and then decided at the last minute it was dropping a little too much. So she put the brakes on. Good adjustment. Good enough.
Let's press her. $30-15.
Again, I just think Swiatek, she has to, more times than not, establish that she's going to go into the open court, establish that she's going to move the ball. And then she can maybe make adjustments and go behind Keys. But that was another excellent rally. And it's not easy to do at this stage. But that is why Swiatek has been at the top for so long. Maybe a little counterintuitive because it's not easy to move the ball in these tight situations, but for a big hitter that wants to be on balance, it's more difficult to do it if she's having to go side to side. So Swiatek earning a break point.
No panic from Keys.
And what a first serve that she threw out under pressure.
Yes.
That's a perfect point from Madison.
And those were difficult shots. When she made the first backhand look easy, and it wasn't. She was very confident hitting.
Use this serve ever so well. The slider wide on the juice court. What a battle we have. Madison Keys holding on and leads 3-2 final set.
3-2. It's just been good stuff for Madison Keys, and this is the type of tennis we've known that she could play on the big stages. Question was always, can she do it consistently against the best? And we are seeing she absolutely can. This was another tremendous point where she got Swiatek moving and back well behind the baseline. It's been the double, really triple threat from Keys in terms of big serving, pace from the ground, and margin.
And guys, I have to say it's an absolute privilege to sit this close to these incredible rallies, because it is women's tennis at its best, really, as far as pure hitting goes.
Evenly poised, on serve, third set. Madison Keys trying to get through to the first ever Australian Open final, and likewise Iga Swiatek trying to get into her first ever Australian final. She's had success at the French 4 times. She's a US Open champion.
I think Iga should use the body serve here as much as possible. even though
39.
Madison lost that rally, I like her positioning on that second serve. She was standing almost on the baseline, being much more aggressive.
Let Professor.
She caught Keys leaning. Keys maybe expecting the backhand. Swiatek able to swing it away out wide.
(40-15).
She ran into it.
Yeah, almost too.
Yeah, got too close to it. Completely off balance on that backhand.
Yeah, you can see almost jumping through the shot. She lost her base, her footwork.
New balls, please.
So three games all, new balls. That'll just change things a little bit. It'll be quicker.
It's got to feel like Swiatek, she is living on the edge, knows that she cannot afford to drop her serve here. Not that she can't create break opportunities, but it's been that difficult against the key serve, especially when she has had a lead, been out in front. Under pressure, and Swiatek again coming up with the goods.
Fault.
And what has been so different tonight for Iga up to this stage of the tournament, she's done such a good job to follow through with her body after her shots, especially up the line. She just does not have time to do that tonight.
Ah. 30 left. Fault. (30-15).
patience here in this rally from Iga Swiatek. Back to 30 all.
30 all.
What a shot.
Yeah, and the fist pump shows that was not an easy shot.
40-30.
Almost falling off the shot a fraction and just got into position just in the nick of time, and that is as good as you can hit it.
Left for serve.
Oh, brilliant! Madison Keys.
4 games to 3.
Wow. In front, 4-3, final set.
This has been an incredible third set of tennis, especially both players playing some of their best at the same time, and yet Keys finding a way to raise the ante.
I mean, that has to be shot of the match for Madison Keys. That was phenomenal. Just redirects with power and quality. Oh, fantastic shot.
She can generate power out of nowhere, Keys, and from the middle of the court. That is what a lot of players struggle to do, and there are times where Swiatek is just not expecting her to hit certain shots from certain positions because most players can't hit with that kind of pace. Madison Keys can.
Still on serve in this third and final set. Second women's semi-final here. Aryna Sabalenka getting the job done early tonight. It was ultra impressive over Paula Badosa. Straight sets winner 6-4, 6-1. Couple of times, Chan, she's just almost overrun that and got too close on the backhand side.
I mean, it's the right idea. Again, she's trying to move the ball and just keep Keys off balance enough, but she wasn't really ready to hit that shot and wasn't comfortable with it.
There's a chance at love 30 for Madison Keys.
30.
Such an advantage of serving first on the scoreboard. Feels like you're in front at 4-3 while still on serve.
Fifteen, 30.
Keys through that lob, but pretty high. And a lot of tension in this moment.
Couldn't hit a better serve down break point.
40. Yes.
Change up from Swiatek. That ball at serve a little slower, had a little more spin, and it was to the Keys forehand. Wasn't expecting that much of a slowdown.
Maybe just overthought it a little bit there, Madison Keys. A couple of break points come and go. 4-all. And 2 hours. Swiatek just sending off a racket to get restrung. Better be quick.
Well, it's been interesting. I mean, we had 12 breaks of serve the first 2 sets, and now in this third, both players finding a way to hold on.
Where Madison Keys has got to just find some serious self-belief. She would have felt that was a lost opportunity, those 2 break points.
No, just stay plugged in the moment and focusing on this game and on this next point here. So easy for the mind to start racing a little bit more. Just things get away from you.
He's got to reset here.
And Iga is doing what I feel Medi could have done, stepping in big time and taking advantage of that second serve return.
Well, that's 7 consecutive points now for Iga Swiatek. 3 break points.
Please. 15-14.
Might have looked easy. Well, that was not.
30-14.
Played the point she wanted. Swiatek just didn't quite accelerate enough through that short forehand. It's this one here. It's low. It's a slice. You've got to exaggerate the acceleration. Just didn't quite commit. Brilliant from both players. Iga Swiatek comes up trumps. Point of the match for both players.
This is just unbelievable quality from both players.
It's 18 shots of brilliance.
Good stuff. Cain's turn for brilliance, and she needs it most.
Just got to try and find a couple of more first serves to find a way to hold on here, Madison Keys. Both players having chances deep in this third set.
Keys. Wait, please.
Oh, it's two winners in a row from Madison Keys and gets out of trouble.
Keys leads 5 games to 4.
5-4, Keys leads. Well, can you believe it?
My goodness, this is
4 break points.
Everything we could have hoped for in this third set in terms of the drama and the competing from both players. As you mentioned, Josh, they both had to face break points on serve, and they both came from under it. But how impressive was Keys from love 40?
I'm not so sure that she had the self-belief to dig her way out of it, but wow. Bjorn, cool as a cucumber.
Not giving anything away, but you got to admit, that was terrific. And maybe that puts her in the Australian Open final. Still got some work to do, but
well, it's been incredible. Such good tennis in this third set. All match long, really. Iga Swiatek having 4 break points. Madison Keys just stepped it up. And it's Iga Swiatek now serving to stay in it. Well, great start here for Swiatek. Nice response after having the chances in the previous game. Back to work. Keys is starting to use that forehand down the line or the off forehand. Typically it's been going cross most of this set, and that's just catching Swiatek a little off guard here. Keys just trying to hit herself to victory.
15-13. 30-all.
Her defence, Iga Swiatek, off a couple of really well-struck returns has been impressive.
40-13.
So mentally tough from Swiatek.
5 games all.
Had to really dig deep. Incredible ball striking from Keys. 5-all.
Swiatek missed some shots down the line at some key moments, but she knew in this game she had to go for those shots. And instead of doing what was comfortable, she took on what was uncomfortable. And that got her out of that service game.
Love 15. Love 13.
Yeah, she came in so hard to catch up to that swinging volley. She had to make sure she didn't touch the net. Intensity from Iga Swiatek.
Love 14.
Well, it was down love 40 in her previous service game and was able to find a way out of it.
Thank you. $15-14.
Not going away, Keys, embracing the challenge of this moment, saving break points once again. One more coming for Swiatek.
Swiatek with the vital break deep in the third set. Leads 6-5.
The stress of these moments. I mean, the players are having to play it and deal with it, but my goodness, watching it, it has been an incredible experience here between these two players, putting their absolute best out there. Maybe that one poor shot selection, though, from Keys right there with the drop shot, maybe that cost her. Because Swiatek worked hard to get the first break of this third set.
Time.
So a racket back from the stringers for Iga Swiatek in record time. Iga Swiatek just got the vital break and a chance to serve her way into the final of the Australian Open.
By the way, the racket that Iga sent a couple of minutes ago for wrist-ring is already back at her bench.
30-15.
Oh. This one just gets the line and
30-all.
A few pressure moments now for Iga Swiatek, 30-all.
Mostly body serve. Swiatek in this
40,
game. That
30.
one worked.
So it's match point for Iga.
Went there again, trying to jam Keys.
Yes.
Oh, incredible. She served so well, 72%, and so desperately wants to get over the finish line here. Not done just yet, Madison Keys. Well, heartbreak here for Swiatek, not able to get it done after having match point.
Tiebreak.
And she kept going body. It didn't really mix it up, and Keys started getting on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-point tiebreak will now be played to decide the match.
And this match deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. The perfect way to decide this second semi-final. It's first to 10. You've got to win by 2 points.
Thank you. Players are ready. One, 0, Swiatek.
First ever semi-final to be decided by a third set tiebreak. That's 2 double faults in a row to that backhand side. Can you believe Iga Swiatek's only played 2 matches in her career that have been decided by a 3rd set tiebreak?
Wow, would not have thought that. But she does have a lot of one-sided sets, so.
Swiatek.
Time to remind herself, Keys, to keep the footwork moving. Just reached for that backhand slightly, and that's all it needed to not get the elevation.
So still a mini break here for Iga. 3-2. It's first to 10.
Too good.
Yeah, it really was.
That was a terrific point at a huge moment. As they change sides, Swiatek able to stretch the lead slightly, but again, just taking on that challenge of moving the ball, getting Keys running side to side, and the focus to finish, even with the open court. That has been an added shot to the Keys game. A little backhand chip slice. Short, not quite a drop shot. Just enough to make Swiatek hit from an uncomfortable position.
3, Swiatek. Swiatek.
It's been good adjustments from Maddie Keys, though, after missing that last forehand, to stay calm behind the big return from Swiatek. Just keep herself close here.
Just such great defense from Iga Swiatek. These are big, heavy shots. Keys is landing. But it's the defense from Iga Swiatek.
You just cannot stress how good this level of tennis is right now. And so little between these two.
Outstanding.
6-5, Swiatek.
Every time Swiatek goes back to the Keys forehand, she is tempting fate. Nothing she could do about that last hit.
As players change ends, it's Iga Swiatek with a mini break, 7 points to 5. It's first to 10.
You mentioned how much warmer things had gotten. Bit of humidity within the stadium. And players just taking a few extra moments to towel off. Neither has gotten a big advantage. Swiatek has stayed just out in front.
Six, Swiatek.
Been one of the differences in this match. where Swiatek was on the front foot, looked like she had control, and Keys able to defend enough to turn the tables. Believe that volley from Iga Swiatek.
8-7.
Hasn't hit a better volley in her life. And it's come at the best moment in this match. It's match point Madison Keys. Minutes since Iga Swiatek had match point.
Thank you.
The win of her life, Madison Keys, is into the Australian Open final.
And this is her moment. Madison Keys, her 5th semifinal since getting to her first major final back in 2017. She's been through a lot since then, but how sweet it is. Had to save match point to get there.
Tears of joy here. What a match from both players. Phenomenal level.
She stayed in the moment, Madison Keys did, so beautifully, even when she had dropped her serve and faced that match point with Swiatek serving. She just kept the belief, and hats off to Iga Swiatek.
Well, she can't be disappointed about a level. The level was so good.
Well, and the effort she made after losing such a one-sided second set to find a way in the third. Disappointment that she wouldn't have been able to close it out on her serve, but Madison Keys was so difficult to overcome, and in the end, she is into another major final.
All right. Madison Keys will be courtside with Casey Delacroix.
Madison, wow, that has to be one of the best women's semi-finals matches I've seen in a very long time. You are into the Australian Open Women's Singles Final, back in this position for the second time in your career. That must feel good.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to catch up to everything that's happening. Yeah, I'm in the finals. Woo! Yeah, I mean, that match was, it's just such high level, and she played so well, and I felt like I was just fighting to stay in it, and then obviously really kind of ran with the second, and then the third was just a battle. And to be able to be standing here and be in the finals is absolutely amazing, and I'm so excited that I get to be here on Saturday.
Well, there is a lot to unpack in that match. There was a lot of big moments, a lot of crucial moments, but it felt like at about 5-2 in the first set that you really kind of settled into the match. Is that what it felt like for you, and then obviously that helping you into the second set?
Yeah, I feel like even though I lost the first set, I felt like I was playing some better tennis at the end of it, and I felt like I actually had a little bit of momentum going into the second set, and to be able to kind of run with that second set and really just kind of be able to settle was really nice. And then in the third set, it was just so up and down, and there were so many big points and break point chances that neither one of us got. And then I think, did she have a match point?
No, I don't think she had a match point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she had one, to be honest. Yeah, sorry, I was in the bunker and I had to run. I was like, do I go? Do I not? Do I go?
I feel like
she had one.
I feel like I blacked out at some point and I was just out there running around. So, yeah, just to be able to, you know, stay in it and just keep fighting, and then 10-point tiebreaker for an extra dramatic finish.
Okay, just last question about the match, because you did lose your serve at 5-all in that third set. So how much of this match felt more, the tennis was incredible, but about the fight and determination to get into the final?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, at the end, I feel like we were both kind of battling some nerves and really just pushing each other. And it just became, you know, who can get that final point and who can kind of just be a little bit better than the other one. And I'm happy it was me.
Okay, looking forward to Saturday. You are in the women's singles final of the Australian Open, and you will be facing Aryna Sabalenka. A very, very exciting matchup. Your thoughts?
Definitely some big hitting, I think, is going to happen. Not a whole lot of long points, but she's obviously going for her third Aussie Open, and I'm excited to get to play her. And I'm really excited for the challenge, and I don't know. Saturday is very far away in my brain right now.
Well, we would love to just get a little bit of an insight of the plan, of course. It's past midnight, so we're already into Friday. What's the plan?
For today?
Yeah. For today?
Or tomorrow?
No, it's today. We're past midnight.
Okay, what's the plan? I'm going to probably go hug my team, and then I probably have a bunch of obligations that I'm probably going to run around and do, but I think I'm going to just try to enjoy this a little bit and then get ready for Saturday, tomorrow.
You deserve it. Congratulations. Through to the Australian Open final, Madison Keys.
What a popular winner, Madison Keys. Got to the final of the US Open. It was a long time ago, back in 2017. Probably may not have thought that she'd get another chance, but Chanda, she's back in the final. She's playing so well and on such a hot streak. 11 matches in a row down under.
And she may be struggling to believe it by what she wrote on the camera, but it is so real. The tennis that Madison Keys is playing has been off the charts, and we can look all day at the numbers, but it came down to grit. It came down to that extra bit of firepower from Madison Keys. The serve was huge under pressure, and getting that extra boost when she was able to save the match point. I think for Keys, so much was about the intangibles. As big as her game is, it was between the ears that she came through so beautifully.
Really well said, Chanda. Incredible self-belief. Not easy to have that self-belief to beat a 5-time Grand Slam champion. Down match point, and what a story it is. Madison Keys into her second Grand Slam final, where she will take on 2-time champion Aryna Sabalenka.